butts. Butts are cute. You know? Cutie booty. Oh well. Oh, there's just nothing. It's all downvotes. They downvoted my post. They downvoted me, and I'm like, okay. Guys like my Kirby though. Never been sexually confident, I guess. We're gonna play some Star Ocean for a bit. Okay. Enjoy. Have fun playing it. Oh my gosh, my throat is so itchy today. I'm so sorry. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. No, I mean, my butt's not cute. I sculpted that out of like wish fulfillment. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you. True, I completely forgot about the underwear options. That's a good point. Hi Tato, how you doing? What's up? God damn it. There we go. Alright, so we went through like almost 2 worlds yesterday. I have everything I need. You're stressed? Is it from school? Ow. How's your wrist and all your pain doing? You got an interview with your current top grad school of choice tomorrow. Oh, that's good though, right? I haven't done any of these. Alright, we'll warm up by doing stupid time trial stuff. Cast a line, chain bomb trial. No. Oh god, Kirby. This way. Oh. Am I done? Oh. I'm never gonna get this done in time. This is terrible, I'm so sorry. Kirby, stop facing the wrong way. Yeah, there we go. This is how we do it. Oh. You'll get to him eventually. There we go. Alright, I'm just doing terrible. This way! Turn around! Hoya! Oh, big seals. Oh, shit. Yeah. Hold on, I'm being... Actually, am I doing alright? Why do you face the wrong way? Okay. Cool. Hey, Young Coffee Cat, how you doing? You know, I haven't finished the Spirit Fair DLC. I did that, I played it once, and then I was just like... I wasn't feeling it. So, technically, no. I didn't finish it. How are you doing? Hey, Pumpkin, the only thing an Amazon tablet is good for? Twitch while cooking? I do that too. Not with the, I mean, just with the tablet. How you doing? You get an answer for them within a week, or else you have to choose your backup because they gave you a deadline at 4:15. You can't keep waiting. Okay. So you do well whenever you don't get a result. Tell them that you need to know though. Like, definitely be like, you are my number one, but I need to know by a certain time. So yeah, I can see why you're stressed out. But it's a good kind of stressed out. You have options at least. Oh, you did? Okay. Dig and dash. No, down. Where am I? Stop that Kirby. Forgot I can hold down the button to do stuff. Press the button, dumbass! Oh well. See what they can do, but they won't know until very close to the deadline. Still might know by then, but they'll just... Okay. Yes, I can see why you're stressed. Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, Tato. We'll try not to stress out too much about it. There's nothing you can really do, right? Noble Ranger treasure. And I'm with you, Kirby. Everything becomes an adventure. Okay. So... Yeah, you can use some milk, that's fine.
And I'm gonna save for coffee.
I mean, it is, but I can just get more tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Have at it. Thank you for, you know, letting me know. This is... What? Oh. Oh, I missed. Die. What are those? Oh, it's a... mummy ghosts. I mean, I know I don't have to charge up this much, but it's really enjoyable. Hi there, Josiah, how you doing? Oh, shit. God damn. Can I kill you? Nope. Alright. Alright, we're going all Wild West now. Kirby, jump, dumbass. This is such a weird angle. Rah! Okay. This game is super cute. This game is... I really like this. This game is adorable. I really like it a lot. Can you break out word? Okay, I hope you enjoy your break. Yes, this game is really cute so far. But not like annoying cute. I can't tell you what the difference is, but there's cute and then there's annoying cute. Alright. I'm terrible at the wind one, but we're gonna do it anyway, or at least we're gonna try. Oh, yeah. Come on. So I'm doing this to get little, crystal... I'm terrible at this shit. To get crystals so I can... Sorry, the control on this, that's why I don't like it, is terrible. You get crystals, and then you can upgrade your stuff. Your moves. Oh, that's ice water. No, I waited too late. Dumbass. Get me out of this stupid level. Okay. Anyway, you get those little crystals right there, and you can upgrade all your moves if you find the upgrades for them. Yes, it is dummy thick. Yes. Thank goodness. Yeah, so I have to beat the boss in this, so I figured start the stream by doing all the little side stuff they haven't done yet. And we'll fight a boss, and then we'll just continue on. Sliding road, high-speed skating. Oh, that's alright. Obviously not too tough. Anyway, how was everybody? Anyone have fun plans for the weekend? I plan to work out, go outside. Time Crash Treasure. I don't like it. Stay home and chill. That sounds perfect. Get tested for dyslexia on Saturday. How do you get tested for that? Can I get tested for that? Oh, I am absolutely destructive. This is not gonna last long enough. Oh, I'm stupid. Alright, that's alright. Okay, alright. Don't fully charge it. You're gonna be playing Overwatch with your masochist. Marsh, why are you playing Overwatch? Okay, that wasn't correct either. Oh, this one sucks. Let me try that again. Oh yeah, you joined an esports team. I didn't know that's what you meant you were doing. Am I like... Alright, I'll figure this one out later. Your poop. IQ test, but you don't take that on Saturday since that needs to be done in person. The first part is something you can do online while on the phone with someone. Okay. That should be easy. You're not doing esports stuff? Just trying to get better? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I mean, it's a meme at this point where people are like, oh, I'm playing Overwatch, and everyone's like, why? Why suffer? With that, yeah, I figure there's just something I have to figure out, and oh, oops. I'm just here for the easy ones at the moment. Hey. Okay. I'll go the other way, sorry. Hey Vito, how you doing? Stop touching that, Kirby. Oh. Should I follow the arrow? Ah! I'm doing terrible. Yeah. Come on. I hate being timed. Don't touch me. Oh. Up, up, up. Oh. I fell down. Oh. Hold on, let me try that again. All right. The game politely tells me where to go. I should pay attention to that. Can I jump over here? Hey. Oh, shit. Sorry. Sorry, Kirby. I'm failing you. Yaha! Whee! Okay, what? Go away, crazy eyeball man. Hiya! Okay, okay. It's so dark. Did I go this way the first time? I don't remember. Oh, hey! I see a thing over here. Dumbass. There you go. Oh, unlurk? Sure. I made that too difficult. I need to do the time crash one, which I'll do later. Clutter, needle, treasure. Okay. Roll up and throw. Oh! Oh, the game's telling me. I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. This is gonna be messed up, but I'll keep... like that. Okay. Well, I hate this one. Bitch. How long can I hold you for? Oh. I'm sorry. Look, I don't got time for this shit, alright? Just, let's go. That's kind of good to know. I didn't know you could do that. You're cooking some shimeji mushrooms here? Good vegan appetizer. What kind of mushrooms are those? All the snow missions. No, these are just the time trials. I didn't do these. This was all the side stuff. Good vegan appetizer. I made some, I forgot what it was called. It's a lentil dish. It's a vegan lentil thing. It's basically like lentil curry, or at least flavored that way. I made it for me and for Crow to see if he would like it, because he wants to eat more. He wants to eat less meat, and he wants to eat more lentils, because they're good for you. And it turned out pretty good. I was pretty pleased. This is one I'll do later. Yeah, these are the levels. These are the little side things that pop up. Every time you beat a level, you get a few more of these little time trial things. And I don't want to worry about having to do them later. I just want to get all the stuff now. And then, be able to upgrade immediately. Alright, now we fight a boss. You tried the Kodiak Cakes oatmeal? I don't know what that is. Is it good? Oh, it was so good, okay. This game is so happy it makes you feel warm fuzzies? Yeah, that's exactly what this game does. It's just, it's happy and it's fuzzy, and I'm just like, yes, this is what I need right now, so. Dark gray? Okay. It's snowing here, yeah. Look at Kirby doing a little Naruto run. I think I'm healed, but just in case. Oh, choices. Anything over here I'd missed? Cutters, fire. It's easy to Google. That is fine. Don't worry about it. Do I want pencil? Ice? I mean, this is kind of probably the most OP thing here. So I don't really like mushrooms unless they're really well hidden in something and I don't know they're there. But I like mushrooms as in, I think mushrooms are awesome, and I like if I see them growing, I get really excited. I'm like, oh my god, mushrooms! Yeah! But I just don't want to eat them. And the restaurants are super expensive? Okay. What am I fighting? No! Let me out! Blah, 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 blah. Take him. Boya! Grrr. His royal nemesis, King DDD! I know you from Smash Brothers! Your moves are stupid! Yeah! Oh, shit. Oh, I can dodge. What's my dodge button? There it is. No. Hold on. Excuse me, King DDD. I'm trying to figure out what my dodge button is. well, whatever. I'm gonna set you on fire. I'll figure out dodge later. Oh, bit. Oh. There we go. Alright, dodging's not that great. I'm setting you so much on fire. Okay. Oh shit. He's strong! Excuse me, sir. Can you, Thank you. Oh my god, he's gonna kick my ass. Sir. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. I couldn't dodge that because I went the wrong way. Alright, come here. Kirby! A little faster there, buddy. Hi, can you hold still so I can kill you? Thank you. Jesus. Oh, it's just direction. I don't know why I was pressing buttons. There you go. That's all I gotta do. Shut up. Homing bomb blueprint. Ew. That's it. This is all I do. Oh, oh no! Fire! Dodge. All right. Oh. Okay, that's pretty responsive. So you live in BGG server? How's the game? The Phoenix Reborn, welcome! The game is adorable. The game is super cute, obviously not very difficult, but it's very enjoyable. I really like it. Firecrown Kirby, best Kirby? So I... Hold on. Swallow King DD's hammer. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no, my friend. The only Kirby I've ever played was the Super Nintendo one. So this is kind of like my second Kirby game. And then Smash Brothers. Well, they stole my friend. So I'm not super familiar with like all Kirby's stuff, but the Dragon Power, like this fire upgraded Dragon Power thing, great. I love it. Desert World? Desert World. No, I'm not king now. Original Wasteland. Okay. Oh, look. Elfilin has been captured by King DDD. Explore the next area and save Elfilin. Okay. The wastes where life began. Anyway, so I don't have like, I haven't played a lot of Kirby games, so I can't compare this one to any other Kirby game really. So from just someone who just decided to play this, super cute. Very enjoyable. You never knew I was a gal? Who, me? Personally? Yes, I am woman. Hear me roar. I don't think Kirby's a king. Oh, that's what I meant to look at. Fabian, you sent me Kirby lore, and I completely forgot to look at it last night because I was so tired. Damn it. Hey Tony Otter, how you doing? Welcome. So, thank you for following, by the way, I appreciate that. So when it comes to like this game, like don't spoil it, but when it comes to Kirby lore, feel free if anyone has anything they want to share to let me know, because I don't really know much about Kirby. I just know Kirby's pink, likes to eat things, flies on a star. That's about it. I know King DDD is the, you know, antagonist, the villain. And I guess Meta Knight's not evil. I thought he was. Recommend Kirby Dream Land 1 on Game Boy? Okay. See, I never had an N64, so I missed all the N64 games except Mario 64. Alright, we gotta search for hidden things, as always. Also, the music in this game, pretty good. So I haven't paid for the N64, like, upgrade for the Switch. But I know there's some... I think Kirby's Dream Land or whatever for Super Nintendo's on there. And the golf one, which I never played. There we go. Hold on. Did I get everything? Like I said to everyone, I have like allergies or something, so I'm extra phlegmy today. Sorry. Alright, let's play. No, wait. I got an upgrade. Yeah, for the N64, I've played Mario 64. I used to go over to a friend's house and I'd play her Super Mario 64 while she did art. And I played like Smash Brothers once or twice at a friend's house, and Mario Kart once or twice on the 64, but I missed out on everything else. Hi! It is. Yes, please. Alright, so my bomb is upgrading to number 3. Bomb, chain bomb, homing bomb. Yes. Wow. Oh. Okay, let's see. Yeah, N64, nope. PlayStation, yep. Super Nintendo, yep. Even Genesis, although that was a little late. Oh. Oh my gosh. They're homing chain bombs. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at the explosion. Oh, that's cute. Ooh. Rune Factory? I know, I have a... Is it Rulu? She plays Rune Factory. I've never played that. Kirby N64 is not in 64 up yet. So see, I don't have a... Okay, I didn't have a Wii U. I had a Wii. That's okay. If all else fails, you can hypothetically emulate it. Alright, let me read this real quick. Toss a homing bomb, then watch it get to work. It'll patrol the area until it spots an enemy, then race towards them and explode. Chain bombs together to corner your foes. Sounds good to me. Your stuff, like legit stuff. If you try to eat anything else, you puke. That's all. Okay. That's pretty stuffed. I craft? Yes. I sculpt. Let me... Hi. Like I sculpted this. This is an Ultros. So my camera doesn't focus, so I kind of have to put it by my face. So I have Ultros pendant. I made keycaps, like... Ugh. I'm working on teeny tiny Kirby keycaps on stars. They're like ocean ones. Quite fan of that. Do you have any of my sculpts around? Oh, I got this one. Get your butt over here. I sculpted... What is this? Mega Mewtwo, OJ? It's magnetic. This is a cast of a sculpt I made, so... I do stuff like this. The rest of the stuff I have is kind of like tucked away. So... Yes, Mega Mewtwo Y. Yeah, that's all I have kind of within hand that's like half decent. I played Earthbound last year for the first time, so I made a few Earthbound things. So that's what I do. I do stuff like that. Your bucket dried up and hardened? I use Sculpey, which it doesn't dry. You have to bake it. And then I quite often mold and cast my things in resin, so. There's Mega Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo Y, Z, Mega Mewtwo. That's a lot of Mewtwo's. Look, I'm a simple gal. I like Pikachu. That's it. Alright, let me, I actually wanted to. You can get me a tomato. Yes, thank you. Yes. So yes, sculpting is what I do. In any and all form that I can think of. I sell a whole bunch of stuff in my shop, ! shop. Post stuff on my social medias, ! socials. And then I stream in my free time. Which I'm trying to do more of. Sorry guys. There we go. See, everyone, even I said that. I thought Waddle Dees were enemies, but I guess they're not. They're just... I guess they're neutral? I don't know. They're my friends here. Thank you, OJ. Yes, commissions too. Yep. Right now I'm working on Marsha's Charmander, which I will be working a lot on tomorrow. Off stream, obviously. I started it, but I actually want to record more of it. Just, it's kind of nice to have recordings of my work. It's good music. I want to download the soundtrack. Okay. Homing? Interesting. What are these games? A prequel to the other? I have no idea. I haven't played any of the other Kirby games really, except the Super Nintendo one. And when I remember playing the Super Nintendo one, I had no idea what was going on. Oh! Ah. Can I can wander a little bit. What are those? They look like nipples. But Kirby killing a snake? Does she like snakes? Alright. Yeah, okay. I feel like she likes reptile stuff. Oh, she loves snakes. Okay. Oh, it jumps. That's so cool. Play this a little bit. You finish this world. It was a bit challenging. Shawolkonikzen. Wow. Welcome. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, that's poison. Well, I feel like we're getting to the part of the game where, like, it's a little less happy-go-lucky and a little more put effort into it, which is fine. There we go. Oh. 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 Okay, alright. Oh. Oh, yeah. Hey. This is your first... See, I was telling people, like, I played the Super Nintendo one. I don't remember much about it. So, besides that, this is kind of like the first real Kirby game I've played, and it's really nice. Like, it's very enjoyable. Thank you, OJ. The music's good. I like the powers. These angry goldfish monsters are cute. So far, I have like the 3rd upgraded fire. So I have like, it's like dragon powers. I like that. I also do like throwing bombs. That's why I'm doing it. I kind of like them all, more or less, except for the tornado one, because it's hard to control. And then I end up flying everywhere and then hurting myself, and I don't particularly like that. So. I have. Kirby can eat enemy. Yeah, how dare? How dare? No, people have been pretty good about this game. Oh, that's what this is for. I gotcha. Alright. Gunman. Go get him. Question mark? Oh. Yeah, this is the first upgraded, so I have double gun. And then you can do this. And it's just very satisfying. I had made so many America jokes yesterday. I was trying to refrain. Okay. Ooh. Money! Thank you. Any more? Can I blow this one? No. Any more? See, now I wasn't paying attention to any dirt piles. No, okay. We're good. Kirby's so silly, I love it. Anyway, this feels kind of like Mario Odyssey Light. You know what I mean? You get to explore a little bit. Ah! You have ridiculous superpowers. And I kind of like the fan. Defeat the lost squishy. Yeah, 2 tracks came out. And I realized they came out like 2 or 3 days after the fact, and then I immediately played them. I could play them on stream if you guys want to see what they look like. Alright, I don't think I need to be a fan anymore, but I like it. Come here. Haha. Oh no, I do. No, Kirby. There you go. Whee! Test your speed. Ah, I forgot to do that too. I meant to join the Discord, Tato. Let me write this down because I need to remember to do this. Join Mario Kart 8 Discord. Alright. Oh. You feel like you're in waffles? Why? You like the Paris track? I like, I immediately forgot every track there was. I liked one of them. Oh, Nightbot, I have test. If you write the word test, Poopy Schmoopy will come up. Here. You! I don't like you. Oh shit. No, I'm so excited about. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit. This is why I like the fire. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Yeah-ha-ha! Oh, this game makes me feel really cool when I dodge stuff, except when I don't dodge stuff. Alright. I assume I need this. Yeah, you're calling it the burp the fan? Yeah, got me in the Matrix? That's kind of cool. There you go. This game's really fun. There we go. Hi! Yee! Alright, you gave me wind powers. Any reason? Oh, it's not that obnoxiously cute. Whee! Alright, whatever. Let's go. Last time about streaming eating up. Yes, yeah, you're streaming eating up your PC, and now it's not eating your CPU, but everyone else is lagging all the time. When I after I streamed last night, I put on Twitch for background, and stuff was a lot of buffering and lagging, so it's definitely got to be Twitch. They're doing something. So yeah, I don't know what Twitch is doing, but they should probably fix it. Also, today a lot of ads kept coming up. More than I'm used to. Eh. Anything over here? Can I blow you over? Oh. Oh shit, I can. Oh shit! Hold on. Go back to the other one. Okay. Boop. I am here to save you. Heard someone. So my ad blocker doesn't really work on Twitch. If I load a stream, I load a whole bunch of streams, like 3 or 4, if I just to see which one I want to watch, because there always is going to be an ad. That's adorable. Oh my god. But then when I'm watching the stream, usually I never get ads after like the initial introduction ad. Except for today where I was getting ads and I was like, interesting, this never happens. So I don't know if they're doing something. Did I buff you? I buffered here. So they might be doing something. Are you getting an ad now? Scary. Oh, lizard, cute. I did need that. No, no, let's not talk about power. No, 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 no power failures, please. No, 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 no. Oh, I've gotten ads during VODs, yes. I have gotten that before. I found it incredibly annoying. Yes. Oh, rude. Yep. Probably don't need you anymore. Scary. Okay. Probably up there. Well, you never see them? I don't usually watch VODs. I usually hit someone's VOD if I'm watching them live and I miss something they say and I was like, wait, what? And then you get hit with an ad, and it's just like, why? There you go. Save hidden Waddle Dees. Shoot 3 flying targets. I missed one. Defeat Florina using Ring Mouth. Okay. Yes, Chrono Cross is released today. Open up the clip maker to see what they said. Yes, it does. It creates a clip even if you don't edit it. Yeah. That's not a big deal. Searching the Oasis. See? And this is where the time trials pop up. So you beat a level and like 1 or 2 pop up and you're like, ew. I don't do them until the end basically, because I'm like, I want to do the levels. Clear stage. Bottle D's. I know there's speedruns already for this game. Maybe I'll learn to speedrun this game. Yeah, I'll be a Kirby speedrunner. You get on the Switch after you're done blobbing? You're too stuffed to get out of this veto. You... I've been trying to shrink my stomach and not eat too much, but I definitely eat till like I'm full like up to here and I don't want to move and I just kind of want to die for like an hour, so I know how you feel. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't critiquing OJ, I was just letting you know, like, yeah, that's how they pop up. That's what they do. Lizard. So yeah, the idea is gonna be play Kirby, then finish Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster, then we'll play some Chrono Cross. It should be nice. If anything, it has good music. It has great music. The mushrooms are too powerful. Too much power. Can I jump off? Ah! Can I just... Oh man, most of you weren't around when I played Mario Odyssey. This is when I first started streaming. I play it at like 2 in the morning with my horrible like $10 mic. And I didn't know what I was doing, and it was such a mess. I wish I saved the VODs from that. You wouldn't say it was a mistake? Well, it's not like, you know, eating too many mushrooms is like a bad thing. Alright, people yelled at me yesterday for killing fake sleeping Kirby, so no, I gotta do it. What if it's like an achievement? Kill the Kirby. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's a pool. This is like probably like post-apocalyptic, I don't know. New Mexico? Las Vegas? Arizona? This is what Arizona looks like. Okay, can I... Okay, it's just a big angry boy. Alright. You sit still. Please don't move while I see if I can kill you. Thank you. Oh, you're like the, oh my god, what are they called? The Super Mario enemy. Little cactus guys that usually can eat down to, like, nothing. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Looks like a penthouse area? Yes. Definitely in a fancy area. That's terrible. Come here.
Hi.
Ooh. Sometimes you think you jump and you don't. Oh. Where's my, like, flood device? Oh, I probably have maybe water? I can spray you with my super water powers? Pokey! Thank you. Jumping. Blink.
Hi. Mm.
Hey. I just... Yes. Oh my gosh, so many powers. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It reminds me of Pokey. Little cactus dudes. They kind of go like this and you eat them up. If you're Yoshi. That's what those guys remind me of.
Yeah.
Corn. Cactus corn. Okay. Here we go.
Hi.
I should make like a pokey keycap, just something like the Tessie one, something like obnoxiously tall. And make it actually spiky and have absolutely no one be able to don't go that way. Use it. It's a terrible idea. Don't make it? Alright, hold on. Again, I have to... You want it now? You want like a keycap this tall? Hold on. So this is the Tessie one? So I'd make it like this tall. It'd be so stupid tall. Oh, that's so dumb. Alright. Hold on. Get back on there, Tessie. Super Mario World Pokey keycap. There we go. South America now? With the corn? You can't miss it that way. You know what? I like the way you think. Except for the Bitcoin beds. Oh no. Stop it, sir. I just want to touch flowers. I'll do it. Oh, wait. I can't. No, I can't. Okay. Can't dig under that. Strange. We love our corn here in the third world, Mac. Except for you're not a corn fan, you like corn. Corn's fine. I don't eat a lot of corn. I actually like corn tortillas, which is that's kind of the only thing I usually use corn in, and that's delicious. Alright, I see what I'm supposed to do. Excuse me. Well, in a second. Alright. Oh my god, I'm gonna die because I'm dumb. Ooh, scary. Okay, he comes back anyway. Can I eat you? Okay. I think, what is it? Rice, corn, and like wheat are the top crops of the world or something like that. Defeat 2 poison crocums. Okay. That's what I got. Is that red? That doesn't look red. Alright. Oh, you skink. Stop it. I'll inhale everything. Leave me alone. Yeah. What's up here? Oh, that was a stage clear. Shit. I was not paying attention. Damn it. Taken out by the secret book. See? The sleeping dude had some. I'm doing this one again. I messed this up so bad. Hold on. Yeah. That's what happens when you talk about corn. Damn it! Hi. A libel more. Damn it. Well, I gotta take a nap and I gotta defeat frogs. Alright. Goodbye. How is that painful? I was not touching. Bullshit. People love rice and beans as well. You hate rice and beans? Rice is fantastic. Oops. Yeah. Beans are acceptable. Okay? No. Okay. Can I eat you? I can eat a car, but I can't eat a coconut. Interesting. Okay. I eat you. What is the secret to Kirby's food eating? Why eat some and then not eat others? Video games, yes. Okay. Secret skill? Spin. What? There we go. Oh. Ooh. Don't mind me. Excuse me. No. Okay. Hello. I know I don't have to clean all this up, though. I do need your power. I have your power. There was... Oh, that's right. I'm not gonna beat the level. There's a thing on the side that I forgot. Aha! I'm here to save you. Oh, Kirby. Alright, don't go that way yet. Let's clean up this shit. Come on. I played Mario Sunshine. I can't just leave it dirty here. Is there more dirt over here? Everything? Okay. I guess that's a red star. Am I supposed to hit all these? Oh, I missed one then. Alright. I got you. Well, I'm gonna have to do this over again. Poop. So find out where the last one is. I will be back. There we go. So they stopped me once again in your tracks to watch you. What have you? I've gotten to the desert. I've done 2 desert levels. I accidentally beat this one without doing some stuff. And that's about it. I was doing a lot of the little side timing tracks. I beat DDD so far. And that's about it. Whee! There we go. And then I did the stage again. Like I said, I missed stuff. Diligent digging in the secret room. Oh, get all the... Okay, oops. Do all the digging. Gotcha. Okay. Arrival Mall. Staff sign. You spent so many coins at the gacha machine in the games? It felt like a real gacha. I did that after the first day I streamed it. I was like, oh, a gacha machine, and I spent a lot of coins. I was like, this is enjoyable. It's too enjoyable. So I stay away from it now, because I need my coins for upgrades. Can I catch you? No. Oh, do I want bombs or do I want sword? Oh. I guess I'll stick with sword. I don't know, just in case. You get so thirsty on a workout day? I get so hungry sometimes after I work out. It's ridiculous. There's little ghosties. Oh. Money. Burning energy. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like I should get super hungry. So I'll work out, I'll get like back here, and I'm like, half an hour later, I'm like, I am hungry. Oh, damn. You're always hungry? It's something. Oops. So your biggest meal is your post-workout meal? I try not to eat. I wanna. It's late. Taste test 3 kinds of ice cream. Okay, okay. No, I don't. I eat all my protein before I work out. Eat a steak at like 9 p.m. That's just silly. Hold on. What's the... Oh, there's nothing here. Okay. Never mind. Other protein? I don't want to eat after... I don't want to eat after I work out. That's it. Oh, I don't want to work out anymore. Oh no. Oh no. It's hard enough being alive in the morning. You think I want to exert myself? Oh no. Oh, that sounds terrible. But maybe I'll do it, but that sounds terrible. No, it's not. I woke up at 10:30 today. AM. Ever since my terrible sleep last week, I've been waking up super early. Early-ish. Earlier than I have been. Oh, I see. Hello. Oh. Did boxes hurt me? Boxes hurt me! And when is your brain- oh, when's my brain awake? Oh yeah, that's totally different. My brain comes alive at 2 p.m. Anything before 2 p.m. and you're talking to Sleepy Magitech and she doesn't know what's going on. Working out sounds terrible, right? So do 2 terrible things at once instead of spreading it out throughout the day. But that just... that sounds double the terrible. Also, there might be people at the gym then. I don't want to see people. Hey-ya! I worked out the other day and there were like 2 people in the gym and I'm like, this is the most people I've seen here ever. I don't like it. Yes. Yeah, whenever I worked out at a gym, it was always nighttime. But I'm not knocking it. I'll consider it. There we go. Hello. Oh, I need that. Oh, rude. Oh, I forgot. Like I said I would. I forgot I have this. Alright, I'm assuming I do this. Kirby in the Forge, starring me as the Hand of Fate, animating Kirby's entire decision-making process. Yes. This is very accurate. Hi, Master Bismuth. How are you? Kirby in my hands is dumb and violent. It's my favorite thing. Wild Hammer Blueprint? No, it's funny you popped in. Like, a few minutes before you popped in, I exclaimed how I forgot to watch the video you sent me, so if anyone wanted to continue telling me Kirby lore, to feel free. I mean to watch that tonight. After stream yesterday, I was completely beat. And I completely forgot. Absolutely, so. I'll do it after stream today. I even wrote it down so I remember. No, I've only ever played the Kirby game on the Super Nintendo. That's it. Meow. Oh. I'm sorry. I don't know, just in case. I infected you with the yawns? Sorry. Help, you're old. You're not old. If you're old, I'm old. Are you trying to call me old? Hmm? Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to make me cry? Can't believe you. I can't believe you do that. No, that's different. I can insult myself. Them's the rules. The older Kirby games are about Dark Matter and Zero. Are they really? Oh my god. There we go. I had no idea. Thank you. You always should enjoy the theory that Kirby is just a baby eldritch horror? Yes. I actually like that theory too. Make up rules of things only she can. Yes, that's how it's streamer privilege. Absolutely. Okay, that makes more sense. We have machines which grant wishes to be okay. Interesting. So all the terrifying final bosses he fights are pretty much just his ancestors being like, why you gotta mess this up for me, son? Oh shit. I don't need to do that. No, no! God. Hold on. Look, I like ridiculous fan theories that are fun. I don't know, that's just enjoyable to me. Pee-pee. Pee-pee time. Do I fill you with water? Do I... Oh, no I don't. Huh. Water balloon bee. Okay, I got the D's. When the Dream Mirror with Dark Kirby, there's a Dark Kirby, and Dark Meta Knight in Kirby in the Dream Mirror. We should, yeah. See, is the Dark Kirby is Dark Kirby actually dark? Is the Dark Kirbys I've made? This is fascinating. I had no idea. Oh my god, why haven't I made a Dark Kirby keycap? I wonder if I need more. Cat did the thing where you forgot he exists. Where he's too quiet. Hey, I did it. So I didn't know Kirby had so much interesting, weird-ass lore. That's kind of cool. I can appreciate that. Like I said, I only know Kirby from Super Nintendo. Okay. And Smash Brothers. So, like, the hammer's familiar. Did you get rid of all the fleas, by the way? Defeat wild bonkers with the cutter ability. Okay. Almost. A woofie. Moonlight Canyon. Ooh. Almost. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Return to Dreamland, we go to regular storyline where he steals a ship and lies to Kirby, but the dangerous dragon wants to kill him. Magalore then steals the crown from the dragon and goes crazy. He's the only Kirby villain in modern games to regret what he did and lives now on planet Popstar. Oh my god. I didn't actually know Kirby had... I'm sorry, I didn't actually know Kirby had a plot. For real. Well, maybe I'll take a venture into Kirby games, besides this one. Oh, I have an upgrade. Twin drill blueprint. Okay. Now I have 2 upgrades I have to check out. 3 wanted posters. Okay, okay. Question is, if you want to play 3DS games on the PC via emulator, yeah, I don't know. I know how to illuminate game. I've been doing it the entire time, thank you. Robobot and Triple Deluxe sadly didn't get a Switch port so far. Okay. Well, then I won't worry about it too much, but I am more open to Kirby games because this one is so far great. Very, very much like it. Star Allies is not a classic Kirby adventure either, and it is relatively short. Are they all like on the DS? I figured they were just kind of, Kirby games are just spread out on most of the Nintendo systems, you know? Checkpoint. Okay. Well, that answers that question. Oh, I did something. Oh. Sorry, I switch. Okay. Oh, isn't there like a Kirby, what is it, air ride or something? Fuey was going on about that one. No offense to Fuey, but I was just like, well, I don't know if I want that. Collection for the Wii available that was not released in Europe with most classic Kirby games. Oh, it's a racing game on the GameCube. Okay. Oh, thank you. It was when I was sculpting Kirby, and he was like, "Do Kirby air ride, do things from that," and I'm like, okay. Oh, my box. It's probably an important box. Oh well. Woo! Yes, dragon powers. Oh, flower chicken. Okay. Well, I am also still waiting for Xenoblade Chronicles to go on sale. You're just too up in the air. That's another game I want to get on the Switch. Perfect. This is absolutely wanted, thank you. Damn it. Yee. What do we got here? Kirby's Dream Collection for Wii has a lot of games. Okay, so there's, oh, alright. Switch Online days? Okay. I'll check it out after stream, then I'll see what's available. Also, thank you. Thank you for telling me all this stuff. Bye! Look, don't give me a reason to beat you up. No, I won't beat you up. Problem solved. I am beach ball Kirby. Swear I saw something sparkle. Oh, I did. That's right. Ah, yes. Do I need to switch my controls? No, I'm good. Y is spin tackle. Ooh, yellow. I don't know what I was doing there. Give me that donut. Don't hurt me! Oh, you don't hurt me! Oh. So rude. Oh, scary. Sorry, big thing dropping. Okay. Wasn't so bad. Can I eat these? Can I attack these? No. Okay. Hey, snowman. There we go. Okay, yep. Damn it! Find the treasure hiding by cactus triplets. Collector in the Sleepless Valley. Looks like an angry Goofy. Okay. Well, I have 2 upgrades. Don't stay angry Goofy. It looks like angry Goofy. Oh. The 180 Waddle Dees you saved work together to rebuild the games booth. Now you can play Tilt and Roll Kirby. Yes, drill and something else. Hammer. Yes. Yes. Do Waddle Dees have mouths? Oh, I need more things. Okay. Twin drill blueprint. I'm gonna do the hammer. is it? Oh, is there? Okay. Oh! The hammer ability has evolved into Wild Hammer. Yes. Jeez. Okay. This hefty hammer is made from super tough stone. It's too heavy for quick hits, but each powerful swing will deal explosive damage. You'll even crack the ground itself. Okay, good to know. Alright, I have to do a few of the little timed missions because I want to upgrade the other thing. Meow, meow, meow. It's easy. Sure. Smack to the top, hit the nails. You send me eating Waddle Dee? Okay. I'll check in a minute. Wasn't so tough. Let's see. Waddle Dee eats a cookie. English.
See? No mouth. Waddle Dees can't eat because there ain't no place to shovel in food.
But sire, every living creature needs nourishment.
Let's see if he eats this cookie. Ah, no way!
It absorbed the cookie.
Hey, how'd it do that? It's munching all right.
Wonder how it flosses.
That's weird.
Why does King DDD sound like he's from New York? Okay, thank you. That is, okay. They don't have a mouth, they just absorb. Good to know. Oh my god. That's a cartoon you saw when you were younger? Oh my gosh. Crystal Needle. I don't like drills. Alright, let's do Ranger Treasure. Oh man. Revolve and aim. Tower of Targets. I hate it. I don't want to do it. I also have to hit. Oh, you skink. Get my way. Hiya! Hiya! I'm Kirby. Oh. Hiya! There we go. Hey, St. Clair, how you doing? What's up? Yeah, New York. He sounds like he's from New York. New York DDD. Alright. Hi. I can go upgrade my other thing on my boober. Dedede's voice in Kirby cartoon is something else entirely. I wish I could have voice acted in the 90s and just done absolutely ridiculous things. To be fair, those of us from here sound many kinds of way. No, I know. Let me a stereotypical, you know, New York. I'll say it that way. Being from Connecticut, we're sandwiched between Boston and New York, so we eat a little bit of everything. Oh no, I know. I know. Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh man. Hi, Beaver Cow. Hi, you're here to hang out? Welcome. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. How you guys doing? Alright, do I get pencils? No, they're drills. Power. Unleash brutal attacks with double the drill power. Your speed and damage are both increased, and you can attack enemies above you while still burrowing below. Blah, blah, blah. Nice. Sure, I'll just stick with this. No. Sorry, that's... I'm trying to figure out which is my favorite. I like the bombs. Alright. So, I have almost 200 Waddle Dees. Okay, the bombs don't see Waddle Dees as enemies. It's good to know. He's sparkling at me. How do you do, Kirby? There's plenty to discuss today, but you'll have to connect online first. No. The blueprint for Cutter evolution is hiding in the first half of Searching the Oasis in Original Wasteland. Oh. Searching the Oasis. Excuse me. You're watching a Deep Space Nine episode about the Ferengi, it makes you want to say females. I'm just so happy someone else is just all about this Quark female thing first half of this. So, the only Kirby games to see on Switch are Kirby Star Allies and 2 fighting games, and then there's 3 more through the SNES Virtual Console. Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Dream Course, and Kirby Dream Land 3. I think I played Kirby Superstar. So that's... Well, thank you. Those are some Kirby games I could probably play if people ever have interest. In the future. I need to get off my ass and stream more so I can get through some games. Doing great. How are you? What score do you give this game? I'm doing good. Like 1 out of 10? I give it like a solid 8 so far. It's not very difficult at all, but it's cute, it's fun, it's like oddly relaxing if you like platformers. Like I like the fact that you can kind of explore just a little bit. It's not super constrained, you can just jump around, you got all the silly abilities. It's super cute, you know what I mean? Like this isn't a game that stresses you out. And I like that, so yes. 1 out of 10. No, it's really cute. I'm gonna look for the cutter ability because that's what they said. They said it was here. First half. There's a Waddle Dee back here. So if I don't know if that kind of sounds good to you, I would suggest the game. It's cute. And if you're like, I don't want to spend the money, then just put it like on your wish list and grab it when it goes on sale at some point, you know? Yeah. Alright, there's gotta be a way over here. Yeah, it's super nice. It's very pretty looking, as most Nintendo games are. The music's enjoyable, you know what I mean? Like, it's good music. Yes, I'm gonna do more sculpting streams. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I started this week thinking Tuesday was Monday, and so by the time I realized it was it was not Monday, stream would have been halfway over. Next week I plan on streaming on Tuesday. We'll do some art and sculpting and just relax and hold on. So was I looking at the thing? So I was just looking... Oh. Okay, never mind. For some reason I thought that was the Waddle Dee that I hadn't gotten. But yeah, next Tuesday, we'll do some art, we'll hang out. I have a Charmander to work on, and I need to contact people on my wait list, see if they're still interested. Did I go past the first half? Oh well. Is this still considered the first half? Oh no! Probably can't go down there. But yeah, I need to get back into art streams. I have been very, very bad with not doing those, so. Huh. There we go. Let's cutter blueprint. Found it. Diligent digging in the secret room. Okay, I can do that. Dun, dun. Oh shit. Thank you for following. Ah! Shinobi Malfour. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, I need you alive. There you go. Yeah, oh shit. Oh. That's kind of cool. More art streams? I know. I think I just need a little break from it. I don't know. But I've had my break, so back to art streams. Also, like, my last few months have been just completely bonkers, and the schedule has been all over the place, so hopefully... Oh shit, no! that is all settled and taken care of, and like the only time I'll have to take like a Tuesday off is when I schedule my eyeball appointment. There you go. What? Not like a life-changing amount of BS happened last 6 months? Yeah, you know. Finding out my mom was going to be homeless and then trying to find a place for her to live within a month. Deciding that actually buying her a place to live was the best decision financially somehow in this market. And then flying down to move her here after she broke her leg severely, like a week after we find out all this news. I mean, oh, so much stuff. There you go. And then the place that we got for her, we found out had a leak behind the fridge. Apparently they hooked up a hot water pipe to the ice maker part, which was leaking, but we didn't know it was leaking until we basically turned the fridge back on. So then it leaked all over the kitchen and into like a downstairs apartment, and we had to pay for mold removal, and we had to fix the downstairs place that got messed up, and we had to fix the kitchen by ripping it apart. I mean, it was just so much. It was just one after another, and I was just like, can I catch a break, please? So, I don't know, I've just been tired a lot lately. Well, I mean, like, I can deal with it, it's just sucks. That's all. Alright, I need 3 more so I can upgrade my thing, and then we're gonna fight whatever evil Goofy is. So I'm knocking on wood again. Everything seems to be mostly calmed down now. I still have to fix some of the kitchen, but it's just a few tile things, and that's not a big deal. Oh, I'm not twirling. Here we go. You know, and then because my mom moved here, we had to get all her government and social stuff done. You know, you have to go to the DMV, you have to, you know, she has a broken leg so she can't go out, so I'm, you know, I gotta get her food, I do her laundry, which, these aren't complaints, but it's just, it's more stuff you have to keep track of, you know. And make sure she's healing up okay, make sure she's walking, kind of. Whee! So yeah, it's just it's been an interesting like 6 months. Oh, it's 2 big boys. Yeah. So not complaints, just consider it like explanation. That's all. You know, and then I have my health, which is, it's fine, it's just like, you know, I'd like to be able to sleep and I'd like to not have headaches, you know. And then I just spent like my entire life savings getting my mom a place to live and then fixing the place that we didn't know had the leak and all that stuff, so you got all that stress. It's just a... I felt like the world pooped on me for a bit, so... And in return, I got really tired. I got really tired and I didn't want to be social and I didn't want to bring anybody down because I was completely drained. So that's basically what I was going through. I shall hydrate. Boop. Thank you. the world did poop on you, but you survived it. It just sucks when you like think you've done something really nice. You're like, yes, I finally can do something for like my mom, yeah. And then the world's like, no, fuck you. And I'm like, what? Why? Why can't I just do something nice and not get shit on? Damn it. So, that tends to get you a little bit down. I'm always hoping for good stuff. Frosty Ice Treasure. So that basically kind of sums up why my streams have been very sporadic, you know? That's all. Thank you for the good vibes. Like I said, I'm not trying to... Like I said, I don't even tell you guys 'cause I don't want to get you guys down. That's... Nobody needs that shit. Okay. Can I just push these? No. Whee! Oh, spikies. Oh shit. Ugh. Just have some walrus snowmen. Here you go. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh, I turned into a little ice ball. Does it help? Oh my god, it's... I had no idea. Oh. Oh. How long do I stay? Oh, don't touch me. No, rude. Rude. Ooh. Well, now you got me all nervous. What I feel like your life got so much more relaxed and stress-free in the same time frame. No, you don't have to apologize. That's why when you tell me, like, you're like, I got this, and my girlfriend's this, and, like, life is great. I'm sitting here like, that's so good. I'm so happy for you. Oh, Fabi, like, somebody has something good happening. Literally. So, yeah, when I say I'm happy for you, I mean it. Am I May? Yeah. I am May. No Maywall, though. Hi! Alright, gotta do a few more of these. Like I said, I want to upgrade my Poopy Schmoopies. We'll do Drill Treasure, and I can upgrade whatever it is. Dig and explore maze of fences. One. Oh, thank you. Thank you, video game. You guys, what am I missing? This is where he started. This is one, this is where you go. Oh, over here. Oh, shit. Okay. that it? Okay, that wasn't so bad. Thank you. Hey, Marish. Wait, what's good with Fabian? You just got back and have no chat. Yeah, the war is horrendous, and I'm very angry about it. Let's put that as mild as I can. I can't tell you about Fabian. Fabian only can tell you about Fabian. But he has good things happening. For a man who, like, trips over his own feet and then destroys giant lasers, he's got good stuff happening. Hi. Medium-sized laser. Expensive laser. How about that? Alright, let's upgrade our thingamaboober. Yep. Hi. Oh, okay, okay. Oh. Yes. It's just expensive. Okay. But when you're telling the story, you can just say big and expensive. You know, you're allowed to exaggerate a little bit. The cutter ability has evolved into Buzzsaw Cutter. Let's be honest, who hasn't destroyed expensive lasers in their day? Am I right? Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh my god. What's the buzz, cuz? This cutter evolution has increased power and flying distance. It will also ricochet off walls, so aim carefully to send it extra far. Clink, clink, buzz. Okay. Oops. I like bombs, though. Most you've done is break a mirror work. The most expensive thing I broke was an accumulation of things when I worked at a fairly expensive restaurant. An upper restaurant, I don't know. I was the head busser. And I carried a tray, like the tray was, I don't know, it was a tray this big, which you can't see. Like, so, like, this, but like, it was like this big, and you kind of like, this is this giant oval. Anyway, I had all the dinner plates on them, which were like this big, and it was very, very, very heavy. And like, not heavy for a woman, just like heavy. And I was really, really buff at that time. And I got to the back of, I was getting to the back, you know, to get to the dishes and everything. I got through the door and I slipped on half of a lemon, because that was a thing the restaurant had. It was on there. I slipped, and the whole tray tilted, and I broke $300 worth of plates. And I immediately started crying because I was so embarrassed. I tried to clean it up, and the manager was like, no, get out, like, go. And I was like, okay, and I went to the side, and everyone's like, what's wrong? What, was that you? And I was like, it was me. It was me too. I was very upset, because I'm a big weenie. And, no, they didn't have lemons on the floor. They, you know, they just had lemons with, like, drinks or whatever. I don't remember what the lemon was for, but, like, there were lemons in the restaurant, so it wasn't unusual. And then, after the shift, my manager's like, just so you know, you broke $300 worth of dinner plates. And I was like, I'm sorry, just, I don't have any money, just don't pay me, I guess. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna take it out of your pay or anything, just be more careful. And I was like, but there was a lemon on the floor and I slipped, So, that was the most expensive thing I broke, to my knowledge. No, I haven't done, that's it. Mom. It was a long time ago. I was like 20. Should have cleaned that up. What? I mean, you know, shit happens, and I felt bad. felt bad. Don't think, knock on wood, I broke anything else that was expensive. This drives Crow nuts, but I don't touch things that are expensive, that aren't mine, that I can't replace. If it's too expensive, I'm not touching it because I don't want to break it. Do I want... Oh, I have bomb power. Spike power? Hammer power? Or do bombs? Couch when he Supermaned himself over the back of it and the whole seat portion just smashed into the floor. Your brother, not your broker. Okay. That's impressive. Why? What's with all the anti-Kirby propaganda here? I don't think I can get those posters. 3 cars in 5 years? I guess. I mean, the cars I got were always used, so they were- I don't think I broke them. They were already broken. They were borked before I knew it. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to save my friend. That's not my friend. What? Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, phew. Armor-plated Rancer something. Ooh. What? I'm so cool when I died. Oh, he's still going. Dodge, you dumbass. Oh. Excuse me. This game is way too kind with dodging. Okay, I take it back. It's not kind at all. What's my I died. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna keep dodging out of the way. I'll just hope my bombs, you know. No, I need that. Dodge. Oh, shit. Sir, I need you to die, please. Did I ever try fixing my car by sculpting parts? Desert ice blueprint. No. Stuff that would break would be like weird computer parts that they couldn't find. Or it would just start turning off on the highway for no reason. They were like, we don't know. Hammer ability. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, back to Waddle Dee Town. I don't have something. I don't know what that is. Gotcha Machine Volume 3 is now available. There's another new set of figures to collect. Okay. I have no... Okay, I don't have any of the star thingies. Old car, gotcha. I don't know, this was so long ago. I had a car from 1984, that was my first one. It was called Old Blue, and it broke down a whole bunch. Eventually the front axle broke, I got it fixed, but then it wouldn't start after a while, and then I was too poor to fix it. Okay. Let's continue. And then I had a car that would randomly just shut off for no reason. So I'd lose like power steering and stuff. That was interesting. This is Lava Land. Yes. Oh. Redgar Forbidden Lands. You found a new area. Poor captured Elfilin must be further ahead. I hope you're okay out there, Elfilin. Enter the fiery Forbidden Lands. No, I don't drive like a maniac. I actually drive really, really safely. I've never been in an accident, no tickets ever. Because I never wanted my cars to break down on me. I didn't ever, like I couldn't, said if I can't afford it, I won't do it. I can't afford tickets, so I never got one. Yeah, I was very safe. Yeah, no, like I was actually a really safe driver. It is because I always had cars that were like half breaking down on me. I didn't want to, yeah, I had to be extra safe. I had to be extra careful. I didn't have a lot of driving experience because half the time the cars didn't work, so it was a whole thing. It was quite terrible. Oh, ooh, I found a thing. The only accident I ever got in was someone rear-ended me kind of gently at a stop sign because they weren't paying attention to what they're doing, and I basically got out of the car, they got out of the car, and I was like, I don't know what to do. And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, look, I gotta get to work. I'm like, I don't care if my car's bumped. Do you? And they're like, no. I'm like, alright, great. Moving on. And that was it. I got a ticket once, and the cop was wrong. The cop was wrong, so when I got out of work, he left a message saying that he voided the ticket because he mistook my left on green as going through a red light. And I was like, yeah, I was wondering why I got a ticket for that. And that was it. So, alright, let me do the side things over here. Buzzsaw Cutter Treasure. Fun to drive with a Ferrari? I have no idea. Oh my. I never took driving lessons. I just figured it out. Legitimately, I just figured out how to back up, and then I. Oh yeah, this is how I'm supposed to do it. I learned how to like back up, and then I took the driver's test, and I passed. That was it. Oh, this is Bubble Bobble. This is terrible. Okay. There we go. Meow. Meow. Oh, oh, excuse me, sir. Okay. Look, I don't have time for you. What does this one do? Okay. Alright. How about... I feel like that should work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. Oh, I did it. Okay. Better than Tato? I just get nervous because there's a timer, so my brain's just like blah, 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 blah. I'm like, calm down, brain. We'll figure it out. Tato is good at like existential math. I don't actually know. We should ask him sometime. This is terrible. This is just absolutely the worst. I got eaten. Well, this is horrible. Damn it. Might as well see what the rest of this shit is. And I'm just gonna fall. So I keep falling off because I'm not paying attention. Try again. Yeah, I don't actually know what kind of math Tato like specifically has gone into. I know more about his wrist than his math preferences, you know? Come on. Woo! Don't tell me to rush. I'm rushing already. Jeez. Don't touch me. That's terrible. Applying for grades? Yeah. Scissor lift around the treasure. It does. Oh. Look, I just want to get 3 stars so I can upgrade my whatever stuff. Welcome back. Stretch and collect, scissor lift, something, something. Okay. Yes. Oh. Come on. That's okay, I'll take the damage. I have things to do. Can I just run you over, honey? No? Hi-ya! How do I get over there? Come on. There we go. You had to wash your hair because it was filthy? I don't wash my hair a whole lot, but that's because it's dyed, so it can take it. It can take the not washing. There you go. Did I do all of them? Except this one. Okay. So we'll upgrade and then we'll go to Crazy Lava Land. 4 days. I mean, I can benefit from it because I can just pull my hair back in a ponytail. You know. Alright, let's do this. Frosty Ice, Blizzard Ice Blueprint. Hi! Oh, fancy. I shoot icicles. I never have to wash my hair. Bald pink. That's a benefit though. Alright. Don a beautiful tiara of ice and become a frigid force of nature. Use this ability to skate around enemies and stop them cold with a volley of faux freezing icicles. Brrr. Okay, cool. Yeah, like, I'll go between 2 to 4 days without washing my hair. And like on day, like today is first day no hair wash. I washed my hair yesterday. It's fine, I can still wear it down. Tomorrow it would be ponytail day, you know. And then the day after would be dry shampoo ponytail day, and then I'd want to probably wash it. You know. I feel like I miss secrets. What are you? How long is your hair? So what does this place look like? Oh jeez, I don't like it. Shoulder length? That's pretty good. I cut my hair pretty short last summer, for me, and now I'm growing it back out. It was waist length? Okay. That's impressive. Can I freeze you? No. Yeah. Can I skate on lava? Oh shit, okay, good to know. Yeah, feel free. I wanna see. You gonna fight me? Come on. Fine. Fine. Bicycle. Sha-sha. Defeat 2 lookout awoofies. Oh. I don't like that at all. Oh, I don't like that either. Can I skate on this? No. I don't like lava. Lava's scary. Oh, it just sank. Okay. Shit. Oh no, there's a button there! I can't touch the button. I'm taking too long. Ooh, okay. Can I skate on you? Yes. You're safe, lava. You have to head off to bed? Okay, Tony Otter. You have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Alright. Well, anything that requires timing I'm not going to be able to do because lava is scary and I'm exploring. Except for this. I'll do this fast. Oh, gotcha. Come here, buddy. Give me my ice. No. Ah, yeah. Oh, it's still okay. Never mind. Fine. Ice skating? It's louder from your right speaker? Odd. Hey, Pops, Pops, how you doing? I don't know. Join Corbs? Good. So am I. I just, this is like the third upgraded drill helmet. So I get a razor blade in the ground and drills when I come up. Alright, well I guess I'll have to figure out how to get that later. So it's like super mole powers. No more pencil sharpener. I mean, I can, I guess, like if I want to choose it I can, but... Yeah, it's super upgraded. Oh shit. There you go. Ugly Kirby got all them ugly. No. Yeah, I have a lot of powers. It's quite nice. Yeah, a lot of them are upgraded 2 to 3 levels, which is, I think, pretty neat. Is there anything else in here? Lava levels always make me a little nervous. I don't mean to, but... Ah! Just get in there, dumbass. Oh, it's fine. I randomly clip stuff all the time. I accidentally hit the clip button and I'm like, well, that's a clip. Gibby. Those are evil wolves. What? No. What am I supposed to... What? Jeez. Hope there wasn't anything good there. So fast. There we go. Well, I tried. Get me out of this level. Get me out of this level. I don't like fire lava. Alright, well. Find the secret passage. Yes. Be faster, find passage. Spook step. Hi. Conquer the Infernal Road. Training courses. Homing bomb treasure. Sure, we'll do this real quick. I'll get the stars along the way. Safety switches. No, face. Why are you facing that way, Kirby? It's so weird that you do this. For everybody. We don't need to aim where we're bombing. Maybe we do. Oh! I should pay attention to what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. On my way. Okay, good enough. Today I had a potato. I'm hungry. We will do this. Okay. What? Yo. Alright, you're buzzsaws now. Okay. Where's the snack I don't have the snack redemption. I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna eat after stream, and I don't have anything like Oh, you know what? I can make eggs. Think. Here you go. I'll make some eggs and toast. Steal 2 of the beast's meaty meals. Jesus Christ, that's loud. No.
Snacks.
No, that's not why I talked about snacks. Thank you. No, I was just, my brain was going to my stomach, and I was like, you know what, I'm hungry. I kind of want to eat something. Potato wasn't enough. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Also, Kirby is eating so many snacks in this game, and I'm like, damn, you know? I'm hungry. Anyway, thank you. I'll help you. Can I go in there? That's lava. Don't touch the lava. I'm jealous of Kirby. Kirby can kind of fly float. He can eat anything and everything. Eat all he wants and never gain weight. Unless he's like eating a car or something. Also, hi Pokemon-san, how you doing? He's cute and pink. Oh, okay, I'm going in a circle. Alrighty. Yes! I don't know what I need this for, but I am taking it. Loved, yes? Loved by everyone? Kick. Kick. Come here. Kick. Kick. I kick you. Only sometimes has to face villains. Most would not be able to fight back for a second. Dream life. Kirby's got it pretty good. Get some good food for the first time in a long time? What'd you eat? Well, that's all sorts of brutal. Okay. Yeah, that's a really... Time Crash is a strong ability. That's why when I saw the little nuke bomb, I was like, I need that for something. The game doesn't give you anything that you don't need. Pretty much. Triple Little Ducks butter burger with fries and strawberry milkshake. Oh, that sounds good. What's a butter burger? I'm like actually salivating now. Am I supposed to? Good job, Kirby. Oh! Okay. 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 I just watched a thing on how to make butter. Cultured butter. Alright. Let's try this again. Ooh. First time eating there? Okay, I've never eaten there. So, as long as it's good, good. What I would give for some freaking sushi. Some delicious sushi. Rude. Huh. I don't know, maybe I need this. You got me some sushi? Thanks, Marsh. It's one of those things like I never get, so you know how much you like you want it more kind of thing. No, I'll survive. Oh shit. Oh, this way. Ah, fuck off, buddy. I don't got time for all this mouthful shit. I did it. Okay. Still haven't tried I Love Sushi yet though. Is that a place? Oh, there's a great place in your town. Okay, yes. Helps if I read the first part. I just want to find like some different places to eat. You know, when you go treat yourself and you have something to like go out to eat. Because the only places I end up going are like Five Guys, Chipotle for a while, which I got sick of. There's this place that has like this really good burger thingamaboober, but I don't want to ruin that by eating that too much, you know what I mean? First world problems and all. Sushi bar? Oh, you can eat sushi bar? Oh, shit. And that's like it. I knew I was running into that and I still did it. Yes. The barbecue place. Did I just fall down? Yes. Oh, I shouldn't have fallen down. Come up, 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 up. Oh no, I could have fallen down. Okay, never mind. Excuse me. I guess not. Okay. Do I need guns? You can't shoot me. I don't really need a gun. There we go. There's this achievement, like, be the sign. Okay, I guess not. You read? I didn't say it. I said I don't really need a gun, and I said no American said ever. In my head, I guess these. Excuse me. A Butterburger is like a smash patty style burger. You think there's a little bit of butter so the edges are nice and crispy. Ooh, that does sound delicious. Well, I'm glad glad you got to enjoy that. Go, go, go. Hey, sucker! Kirby. Boil. Oh, stupid chair. Do I want it? Oh, do I want to go that way? What was over there? Hold on. Can I blow these away? No. There's a boat down there. Oh shit. Which way's the right way? Alright, we're just YOLOing to the boat. Alright, we're gonna get there eventually. There we go. I think this was the right way. Damn it. Yep, that was the right way. Damn it! Oh, to the quote? Yes. Yes, you're dead or you turn to stone. Damn it! Hey! Alright, well. Make all the windmill switches spin. That way looks like the right way. I'm gonna go the other way. That's how I played. Yeah. I'm like, oh, that looks like the correct way, so I'll go the other way, and the other way is usually the correct way. But I can't double, triple doubt myself, so I just make a decision and go with it. Do I want to? No, I'm gonna replay all the stuff. I am going to get the things. Do you think it's something important? I know I missed. I'm assuming I missed Waddle Dee and whatever else I said I missed. 2 things. So. Yeah, I'm playing through the levels on stream, and then what I'll probably end up doing tomorrow is I'll probably play through the levels I already played through and try to 100% them. That way I get to have, like, the stream first experience, and then I can enjoy, like, the annoying, do all the stupid crap off-stream experience. That's why I figure I don't bother you guys too much with Kirby. We just can enjoy a little bit of Kirby. Burning, churning, power plant. You love the grind? Do you? Alright, well. I'm stretching out my leg, give me a sec. Most of you just missed your puppy dog? I'm sorry. I miss my kitties. But luckily there's not a lot of cats in this game, so. I never played Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, my mic's really far away. Hello, microphone. You miss my kitties too? Yeah, I miss my babies. I went through a folder a few days ago where I was like, what is all these pictures? And it was just mostly cell phone pictures of me and like the cats asleep on me. And I'm like, oh, I miss my babies so much. I miss my babies. Oops. First of all, stop that. Is there stuff up here? Kirby, your flight height limit upsets me. Oh, I need to heal. There you go. Where'd you go, bro? A cat sleeping on you? You should share them. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Eee. Well, I'm up here. Hey! Okay. Infiltrate the control room. Infiltrate. Yes. Oh, you are closed forever now. Does the button open you? Oh. Oh, okay. I am going to die. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, I didn't even realize. I was just hitting the button like a crazy person. Okay. Well, now I have questions. Excuse me, game. Can I? Yeah. No. Oh. Why so fast? Oh. Oh, yeah. Come on, Kirby. I think that was all the Yeah, it was. Right, there was nothing here. I'm excited for nothing. I shit you up. Are you gonna crush me? Oh. Oh yeah. I need one more. That's not what I'm looking for. Don't do that. Oh, there it is. I found it. Marsh, your emote is so cute. I didn't know your marshmallow had green feet. You should have told me. I don't think I even knew if your marshmallow had feet. I'm gonna die. Oh. Damn it! Oh no! I didn't mean to get squished by it. I didn't think it was gonna do that. You didn't know your marshmallow had green feet either? Okay, well. That's... Hold on. Hang out here for a second, please. I need to see something. If I stand on here, does it stop? No. So if I'm... okay. It does count. Okay, so I gotta move. Like that. And then here. No, Kirby. Unless. No, Kirby. What are you doing, Kirby? I'm not telling you to fall. Fall over this way. Oh, that sucks. Be right back. Okay, well, I'm just going to try this once and then try it another day when I don't feel like making an idiot of myself on stream. You know how it goes. Oh, you stupid big ass Kirby shithead. I'm gonna try again. Is this good for falling over? Ah, yeah. Damn it! I don't have the patience for this right now. No, I want to. Yeah, I want that. I guess. Do I want that? Did it? Mind if you give your thoughts on the level? Yeah. That's fine. Whee. Oh, I'm on your chair. Oh. Oh. Oh? Oh no. Oh. 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 So, you need to... Yeah. Okay, cool. Jesus. Be a triangle. Gotcha. Oh, thoughts like that. No thoughts like that. I will figure it out later. Don't get squished. Oh, I got squished once. Damn it. Duckies. it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, I want to see if there's anything after the lava land. So we are going to power through this a little bit. Gathering of the Beast Council. Hi-ya! Oh, is it a boss fight? Oh, I don't have my backup. Crap. Crap! That looks... Ice? You just... Sword? Hammer ice? Oh! Ice. Alright, I'll try ice. Can I dodge, or is it just ice? Alright, if I die, I die. Gormando. Is this just... I stay like ice. Okay. Well, that's cheap. Don't mind me. I'm gonna shoot you in the butt. There we go. Ah, this is really super cheap. Now I feel bad. Ice is too powerful. He's a giant. Yeah, he's a giant, tiny butt. Turtle? Just clipping through this. Okay, alright, game. Just make sure I didn't miss anything over here. What? Okay. Don't touch lava, I'm assuming. Oh, don't jump, dumbass. I got you, boo. Boop. Beep beep. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Do they? I should have known that. I didn't try it. Okay. Alright, we got ice. We got fire. I don't know, I kind of like ice. Maybe I'll just stick with the ice video game. I'll just turn into this and then cheese my way through. Sounds good. I just fought you. I don't want to fight you again. I don't like you. I'm gonna die because I can't fight this dude. Come here. It was so cheesy. I'm so sorry. Bleh. Oh. But I did a thing? Okay, cool. Hi. Ooh. I don't know, I kind of like ice now. Ice is silly OP. For me, at least. Anything over here? Alright, time to be a pipe. Oh, I wasn't... Yes, feed me, thank you. Oh, I should have gone down there. Oh well. Yeah, I want to retry. They are pretty. Yeah, they seem pretty strong. Yeah, let me try that again. There's stuff down there. I just... yeah. Yeah, there you go. Better. Wah, wah. Please climb the ladder. Thank you. You can stay asleep, I don't need you. Oh. I'm assuming this is like a, yeah, this is like a boss rush. My least favorite thing in the world. Stay right there and get real frozen, girl. Yeah. That's the stuff. Don't worry about it. No. It's all good. It's all good. Just succumb to the ice. It's alright. It's okay. Oh. Oh, without getting hit. Woo-ha-ha! Yes! I feel so dirty doing this. Storm Tornado Blueprint. Nice. You rather do a boss rush than time trials? Depends. The time trials in this game aren't so bad. They're pretty easy. That's okay, I don't need that. Oh, that's definitely not what I meant to do. There you go. I'm just gonna take it. It's okay. I'm strong. I'm sorry, Kirby. I missed one. Shit. Oh well. Good enough for now. Hi! Kirby's head is fried. Kirby is very soft, so. Venture deep into the secret passage, where I probably missed the Waddle Dee. Gotcha. Thanks, game. The beast... something. Yeah, the arena. Which I immediately did not go to, because I was like, I don't... Beast Pack's final stand. Excuse me for a sec. Get my backup, just in case. Oh yeah, and I have a thing. I don't really care about that though. I can't even get it. I saw a shadow and I was like, what's going on?
There's just no one.
Okay. Alright, let's do whatever the next thing is. Okay. Okay. Can I just jump? Wow. Okay. Oh. Gimme. Oh, no, no. Oh, okay. Hi. Oh, money. Defeat all the beasts. Okay, defeat all the beasts in the starting area. Oh, that was bad timing. Come here, bunny. I was facing you, you stupid fruit face. Give me. I've never played any God of War, so... To play the games on stream? What are they even on? Oh, don't touch me. Rude. Oh, the bunny's gone. Can play them on any PlayStation? I don't have a PS5, so... Okay. Bunnies. What am I supposed to do with you? This way. What was that? I didn't know I could do that. Excuse me. I was looking at stuff. Stay. Be honest, you just want to say. You want to hear it say. Boy? Oh, Fabi is saying I need to buy you a PS5 to get you play. No. No, no, no. No. PS5s are ridiculously expensive. And it's offensive how expensive they are. God damn it! Give me my special tomato power. No! My special power. Damn it. Fine. I don't need special powers. I'll eat you the old-fashioned way. Oh, there we go. I was wondering where the water was. Yeah, I meant I meant the prices you can get them for now. It's all scalps, and I'm not, you know. That's just, it's ridiculous. Hey, there's a poster right there. Eat shit. Stupid. Nom 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 nom. Wah! Yahoo! I think I can make it. Oh! Thanks, game. No. No scalping. Excuse me, I need to get this posted. Anyway, how you doing, Jack? What's up? What's going on? There we go. Eee. Wait, you want me to go back this way again? Alright. There's no emoting with the can. In your face. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay. Thanks, game. Oh. What? Rude. Never mind, I take my thanks back. Do a little walkie-walkie, little jumpy-jumpy, hee-hee! Hold up. Yeah. Soda's deadly, don't you know? How far? He's been good, but like, he can just eat. Eat? No! He can just drink, like, 4 things that— oh, I have no powers. You bitch. Excuse me. Yeah, you can have like 3 refills on a whole thing of soda and a whole thing of like Coke, and I'm just like, do you know how much sugar you just drank in the last 20 minutes? Holy shit! You think— oh, there, okay. Come here, buddy. Yeah, you. I think alright. Do you think I can, can I jump on this? So yes, 7 sugar. You were very correct. He had 7 whole sugar. That's the only time where I get really alarmed, where I'm like, the amount of soda you can consume is— that's too much. Like, are you even enjoying it? Can you enjoy that? I don't know. Go up. Okay, again. I'll go up. My power. What did I eat? I need to heal. I don't have my tomatoes. Oh boy. Alright. I'm trying to... God damn it. You! Okay, you don't care. Oh. Anything else in this here? Eat pure chocolate? Not the biggest chocolate fan. But soda, or pop as he calls it. Yeah! That's his thing. Even today he was like, do you have anything sweet? And I was like, I have some refrigerator chocolate. He's like, I want a pop. And I was like, if you want something sweet, I have to make it. Sorry. He's like, I'm trying to be good. I'm like, okay, good. Damn it. Let's go chat. Super duper, it's super dehydrating because of the salt content? Really? How much salt is in a Coke? Okay, I have this button and I need to use it. Jesus. Sweetness out of soft drinks because there's nothing sweet about me. I know. I'm a horrible shithead. Alright, let's go. Eee. Ah, fuck! Get off of me! That didn't do anything. Oh, I'm supposed to- oh. Excuse me. There we go. Give me corn or something. Is there secret corn? Damn it. Single can only has 10 milligrams of sodium. That equals out to like how much? In like teaspoons. God, I'm gonna die. You offer me a great thing? Metrics? I'm trying to learn slowly. 10 milligrams equals 0.002. So it's not, it's very, very little. Okay. That's minuscule. Thanks! Go up. Is this the right way? God damn it. Caffeine has a diuretic effect? Yes, but it doesn't like make you thirsty, right? It just makes you pee. Oh, okay, I see where I am. Yep, this is the crazy stairs. Alright. Sorry, I was going the wrong way. Forward. I mean, I just assume sugary drinks just naturally make you crave more liquid. They just make you thirsty because of the amount of sugar. Don't touch me! Does it keep going if I like attack stuff? That's cool. Okay. Up. Up. Okay. Can I... Oh, okay. Hiya! Hiya! Okay. Oh, papa. Hiya! Oh, give me that donut shit face, damn it. Brrp. Yes, ice cream, everything. Yes. Sure, give me the gashapon too. Yeah. There you go. Popcorn. Bottom line is, as we all know, it's super unhealthy to drink that much Coke regularly. Yes. That's why I actually do hound him a bit if he starts like drinking too much soda. I don't usually buy it for him unless I'm going for like a snack run at the grocery store. I'm like, you want soda? I mean, I don't want to deprive him of like happiness. But I also don't want to encourage him, you know, being super unhealthy. That's all. Will this work? He plays Overwatch, let him have some happiness? I do. I just don't want it to get into like just a habit, that's all. I don't want him to get like diabetes and any of that shit. To be fair, he plays Overwatch by choice, so I can't help him if he's willingly choosing to be a masochist. Poor boy has stuck it through Overwatch 1. Junkrat being super poop. I hope Overwatch 2 does him good. And he can be a big streamer again, and he can be all happy and feel better about himself. Yeah! Hit it. Ship has sailed if you let him use that. Oh. Oh, excuse me. What did I miss? Don't. Oh! I did it! I did one completely. I never have to do this level again. Finally, actual first try. Yes. Very excited. Thank you. I didn't realize it was already 12. I'm going to do the last stage because I'm curious. All Waddle Dees saved. Missed the jump back then on the cone mouth. It's nice to do something first try at least once. Thank you. Now I guess really head boobs? What, Kirby? The presence of the king.
Oh yeah.
The Waddle Dees helped you open the gate that was blocking your way. Challenge the boss. Alright, just give me my ice powers and I'll be happy. Oh, I see what you're saying. Technically, they're drills. Alright, let's see. No! I need my tomato. Excuse me. I'll be there in a second. First we get tomato, so I don't have to worry about playing good. Then we fight stuff. I really am like gonna say Hollow Knight really has made it so I actually play better. So thank you, Hollow Knight. Only ice. You know the funny thing is, I know you joke about me being an ice queen and stuff, but like, I have Raynaud's disease, so like anytime I, like even now, my fingers are really cold. If my extremities get too cold, my fingers will just turn white because the blood vessels constrict so hard they lose circulation. Fingers and toes will do that, and then like, it takes a while to get the circulation back, and oh, it burns so much. I panic less? Yes, I do, actually. I'm like, I can do this shit. Hi. It's one of the reasons why I hate cold weather now. It hit me in my, like, adulthood. Funny thing about nipples. Funny fact about my nipples, since you asked. I had them pierced in my early 20s, when I was like 22 or something like that. And the piercings only last for like a year. No, you get to know now, Jack. You get to know about my nipples, so enjoy this. I pierced them when I was like 22 or something like that, and it lasted for like a year and they never healed properly, and now my nipples are dead. They don't feel anything. I'm just like, and I'm like, no, they're dead. But they don't go white, so that's nice. Enjoy. Fun facts. Alright. Except I'll take off my shirt, I'll just put a clothespin on them and be like, look! I don't feel it! And he's like, maybe you shouldn't do that, you're injuring. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't, I don't know. Yeah, I broke my nipples. That's alright. But they don't get affected by that. The Raynaud's. At least I don't generally keep my boobies out in the cold, so it's not an issue. She regretted it with the pain for half a year? Yeah, mine never properly healed. They always stayed like super tender and slightly inflamed. And then like when they would start getting better, something would pull on them or hurt them. And it's just on this rendition of interesting topics with Magitech. It's just nipples. So. Boop. Oh, I call them my dead nipples. There's so few people here, I have no problem talking about weird things. You pierced one of yours with your prefect badge at boarding school. You're a prefect? Are those like the smart goody two-shoes? Were you a nerd? Nerd. I will say getting him pierced was probably one of the greatest pains I felt. I actually passed out after the first one because I have a sensitive vagus nerve or whatever, the nerve that makes your body like pass out or get nauseous. She pierced the first one, I leaned over after like a minute, I was like, I'm either gonna throw up or pass out, and I passed out just topless with my gay best friend at the time, and he thought it was hilarious. It was a popularity contest? Oh, okay. That's fine, you can be a nerd. Anyway, then I woke up, she gave me a lollipop, and then I got the second one done. It's popularity contest, so you're super awesome, so easy. Okay, great. I've never been popular. I didn't need to grab ice. This is just rapid. Alright, let's do this. Yep, my lollipop. So it was me and my gay best friend at the time. We both went to get them done. I think I went first. She did mine with a 12 gauge and his with a 14, and I didn't realize I got the bigger gauge. She didn't discuss it with me, and my god, it hurt so much. You are what some people describe as a class clown? Which she does it? Does that really seem out of character? Really? I was just a nerdy kid with like, I was just friends with anyone who wanted to be friends with me. You know? I was really happy and got along with most people. Oh. His primal nemesis, Forgo DDD. Hey DDD, you wanna freeze? You wanna freeze? You wanna freeze? Oh, I can't do that in the air. Yes! Just stand right there. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is so cheesy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. you definitely matured. Mm-hmm. So cheap! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, except I'm gonna keep doing this. Sorry, DDD. Eat shit, dumbass. No. Oh. I'm apologizing to... I didn't even know he had a fire attack. I'm apologizing to the video game gods. It's just an apology to the universe. Man, if Hollow Knight was this easy. Almost. Hi, how are you doing? Oh, are we friends? Whoa. Boyo. Okay. Okay. Oh, not the Waddle Dee! Hurry up, pick him up. Come on. Have a little hustle. Lab Discoverer. Oh.
Automatic language detection activated. Authentication system activated. Authenticating. Authenticating. Entry code approved. Initiating facility navigation protocol.
Welcome visitors to the Dream Discoveries Tour of our science facility, Lab Discoverer. On this thrilling tour, you'll be introduced to the ultimate life form, specimen IDF-86. From the moment IDF-86 arrived on our planet, it began a campaign of destruction that threatened the native wildlife of our entire world.
Why are you so excited about that?
Luckily, our research team managed to capture it before it could complete its invasion. Once it was contained, our lab began studying IDF-86's spatial teleportation ability. research that laid the groundwork for the planetary warp technology we enjoy today.
Oh.
However, 30 years after our research began, a warp experiment incident occurred in this facility.
Oh, is this Chrono Cross?
A new life form, separated from the main specimen, escaped in the aftermath. That new subspecimen has yet to be recovered. In the time since, IDF-86 has shown no signs of activity. It is now kept in a state of permanent stasis within the custom-made Eternal Capsule here on the top level of Lab Discoverer.
Okay.
And here we are. Let's meet the ultimate life form, specimen IDF-86.
Whoa. Oh. It's one of the baby, it's the baby thing. Take a good look, Pink Intruder. Isn't this a beautiful sight? You're not even seeing the Great One in full form. They're incomplete without their other half. Long ago, the Great One granted the people of this world a miraculous power. Those people left this world behind and entered a land of dreams. Once the Great One is complete again, I know we will also receive this miraculous power. We, the ones they left behind in this forgotten land. And now, the time has finally come. There you are. That's right. This small creature here is the Great One's missing half. Finally, after all our planning and effort, we can help the Great One reach their complete form. We've dreamed of this moment for so many years. If you dare to stand in our way, we'll feast on your hide. Come on, you big titty lion bitch, let's fight. Yeah! How you like that, stupid? I'm gonna apologize to you. Yeah! Freeze your knee. Woohoo! Oh. Yeah! Where's my shit? That's mine. I need that. Excuse me. I am powerless without this. We got a freaking hyper beam. Okay. Don't worry about it, buddy. It's okay. It's alright. It's okay. Just accept it. It's fine. Thanks. Sorry. Hi. You dare. Plan ruined. Important plan. Needed labor. Open vortex. Found workforce. Brought here and yet. Error made. Irksome pink contaminant. Careful planning. Now wasted. No more planning. No more patience instead. Everything shall be consumed. Okay. I was just trying to save my friend. Oh. Oh. Oh, we have a Kira action going on now. Ooh. Oh. Get away, little thing. You're important to that thing. Alright. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to destroy the destroyed world. I don't know, I just got here and did stuff. Invasive species! Fecto-4... Oh shit. Do I have to fight you? Oh. Scary! Can I freeze you? Oh, probably not. I don't like it at all. This is uncomfortable. Bye! If you get eaten, do you, No, you just die. Okay, I can only go so far, and then... you do an attack. Okay, alright. Oh, don't... Ew. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like this at all. You make me uncomfortable and, Oh, buddy, I'm gonna freeze you. I'm gonna do it. I will do it. Don't test me. This is the longest hallway I've ever seen in my entire life. Stop getting all up in my junk. Stop it. Yes. There we go. I killed the giant blob monster. Oh, you idiot. Kirby, you're useless. What are you doing? Can I go this way? Hey, Mo. I'm sure there's going to be somebody There's gonna be someone that does that. They're gonna take that and they're gonna run with it. I don't want any of these. I like ice. I have chosen ice. I get to skate. Do little pirouettes in the air. Hello. Yes, I periodically go through the quotes and edit or delete some. So if you remember the order of... Oh my gosh. Pretty! Ultimate life form. Fecto L. Phyllis. Oh, okay. That was already terrible. Dumbass! I am now the dumbass. Man, they need to balance their Kirby shit better, because this is too easy. Hey. Oh fuck. I need that! Woo, my hand's sweaty. Shit. Oh. 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 No, you want to stay right where you were, Missy. Alright, send your meteors at me or whatever. Ooh. Lady, it's too late for you. Sorry. What? Oh, have a good night, Lulu. Thank you. such incredible power. Whatever it's trying to do, it's going to be pretty bad. What is it, Kirby? Whoa! Is that your home? That's Planet Popstar? Oh no! It's pulling Popstar through that huge vortex! It wants your world to collide with this one. We have to stop it, but how? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. You have to be kidding me. What is this? I just barrel through. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The turning on this, not the best. Giant ass Kirby truck's coming for you, lady. Oh, why? 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 Gotcha. B? Shit, game? You didn't tell me to just have to press buttons like a crazy person? By the power of truck, I have defeated you. Left side of the... Dragon Kirby Z, yes. Ooh. Oh. Is this Planet Popstar? Everything's being pulled in. I need to close the connection between worlds. Even if it takes all the power I've got. Hi-ya! Hey, Kirby. Thanks for everything. Shit. Boyo. 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 Okay, I beat the game. I did it. Well, that was very cute. What? Oh, they're in our world now. Okay. Stupid armadillo. That was really cute. Ridiculously easy, but really cute. Daisuke, Morishita, Yuki Honda, Saori Ono, Akihiro Kanno. That was very fun. Masashi Fujita. The surprising thing was that the alpha limit was only 50% evil after the last Kirby games. Yeah, see, like, I have nothing to base it off of, so. They betray you? Okay. I did it. Okay, anything after, oh. To be continued. I don't believe in Nintendo. So if I hit continue. Hi. Oh, I got a fourth gachapon machine. Okay. Oh, I got a band. The WOD Alive corner stage has been rebuilt. Put in a request to hear your favorite tunes. Yeah, in 6 years when you forget they're, you know, it was ever made. Want to increase power of a copy ability? Good news, copy abilities can now be powered up at Waddle Dee's shop. What do you mean? Oh. Hey, look! Clawroline is visiting our town. She looks a bit upset. Huh. Ah, are you thinking what I'm thinking, Kirby? When things finally calmed down and the animals came to celebrate us, Leongar was missing. I bet Claraline has been looking for him. She might have found something. We should ask her what's going on. Or, I'm gonna go over here. Guess what, Kirby? I found a way to make your copy abilities even more powerful. I just need a few rare stones to raise your attack power. I'm calling this process Ability Power Up. I'm ready to power up your abilities whenever you are. Pick a favorite and we'll try it out. A plus sign will be added to show that his attack power has been increased. Use that extra power to beat some hard bosses. Ooh. Okay, well I have 1 star, so okay. Okay. I think that's all I can do for. Yeah, I definitely. I got end stream. May I help you, ma'am? What do you need? When I severed the connection between our 2 worlds, I used up all my power. I blacked out. But Claraline found me. She kept me alive. That's how I was able to see you again, Kirby. So, if she needs help, then I volunteer. Okay. Oh, I mean, Chris gotta start streaming, like... Well, knowing him, 20 minutes, but still. Yes, I technically beat the game, but I can go through each level and do all the secret stuff I haven't found to get all the Waddle Dees. Excuse me. And then there's... Excuse me, there's some stuff in town, so... So, I will, I don't know. There's not a lot of people here for Kirby stream, so I might just do the Kirby stuff off stream and just enjoy it on my own, and then continue with, Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster, which will take a few streams, and then we could do Chrono Cross. And then I will continue art streams. I'll probably do something like that. So. There's another world? Don't spoil that stuff, I didn't know that. Alright. Let's see. Crow doing New Game Plus, he already had a girlfriend and now he's doing it on hard mode? Am I the hard mode? You have to explain these jokes to me. Is Cube with Aries right now? I'm just gonna end stream. I gotta end anyway. I don't know why I'm loading stuff up. It's gonna take too long. Alright, anyway. Here's the socials. Literally everything. I will be back. I'm going for Tuesday. We'll have art. Because I've had art stream a while. And then I will probably play Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster for the gaming days. And then we'll do Chrono Trigger. Or Chrono Cross. Not Trigger. I mean, we could do Chrono Trigger, but anyway. Yeah. I gotta go. I gotta go now. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good weekend. Thank you for the support as always. And I will see you later. Bye!